supporting the players as much as you can. Support, but please be respectful. No shouting out while the players are throwing, and especially no whistling while the players are on the hockey. It's very off-putting for everyone. No one likes to hear it. So please, no whistling whilst the players are at the hockey. As I say, 7 o'clock, I will be back on stage to welcome our first 2 players to the stage, and we want you involved as much as possible. That means when I'm back on this stage, standing on that hockey, everyone up and on your feet, get yourselves down to the walk-on area. Players coming from over there, fill this area here. They want to high-five, shake your hands, have you scream and support in their faces, and that is what's going to make their Lakeside experience all the better. So when I come back onto the stage, everyone up, whether you're down at the walk-on or whether you're at your tables, get up and show the people watching on the Great Game YouTube channel how much of a darty party we are having this Thursday evening. Now, Lakeside, are you ready for some arrows? Wonderful stuff. 7 o'clock, we'll be back with our first match, the All-Northern Ireland clash between Neil Duff and Barry Copeland. Pacific Masters and reigning England Open champion, the 2022 Lakeside World Champion, the number 3 seed, Duffman Neil Duff!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Lakeside, where tonight we will have our quarter-final lineup set in stone. The timeless Paul Lim is looking to achieve a darting fairy tale this week. He closes the show out against Gary Stone of Scotland. Jimmy Van Schie made a phenomenal debut, averaging 99, though a tricky game could await the tournament favourite in the form of Dutch Open winner Jarno Bottenberg. In the women's tournament, Irina Armstrong kicked off her World Championship quest against Lisa Ashton's conqueror, Sophie McKinley, while Kenji Steinbach and Archie Self face off in the boys' competition. Starting tonight's session are a couple of Northern Irishmen. Neil Duff had to show his best battling qualities to eliminate the high-scoring Rhys Colley. It was a performance symbolic of a champion, as Duffman chases a Lakeside double. His good pal Barry Copeland stands in the way. The daddy qualified for this tournament late on in Budapest, and he's looking to make up for lost time after a tricky year on the circuit. My name's Dan McCarthy, and I'm delighted to be joined by another former champion in the form of 2015 winner Scott Mitchell. Good evening, Scott.
Good evening indeed, and when we saw this one was going to be a goer last night, this was the one that people were talking about. Duffy, Copeland. Both guys are guys who leave everything up there on the stage. And in this one, something will have to give. Great mates on, off the hockey. Once the handshake is done, it will be trying to ignore one another. And
as soon as the first start lands in the board, we go from being good pals to worst enemies. It's fair to say they had differing routes to get here. Barry Copeland seamlessly drifted past Aaron Turner, wasn't put under any pressure at all by the Englishman. But Neil Duff looked in trouble for large stages of his game against Rhys Colley, but then rattled off 5 legs in a row in order to book his spot in the last 16.
100. Yeah, his class shone through, didn't it, in that match? It's what good champions do, see themselves in a spot of bother and believe they can get themselves out of it. And that's exactly what he did, and I'm sure there will be a lot of interest in this one in Northern Ireland for sure.
Absolutely, 2 of the premier players from that nation.
99.
Change of attire for Barry Copeland tonight. Back wearing the claret and blue colours of his beloved West Ham.
135.
Strong start from Duff, who's been an incredibly busy man this year. Essentially taken up semi-permanent residency in Portsmouth. He's at the Motor Super Series that often. Plays a lot on the Seniors Tour. Characteristically scruffy from Duff.
Yeah, good last start there from Copeland. And the last dart ultimately put the pressure on those 2 darts at tops for Duff.
Barry Copeland breaks the throw. Neil was struggling on tops for the majority of his game against Reece Colley. He then found something towards the latter stages. He is a player who will leave tops as often as possible.
Yeah, Reece is a class player. He's been my roommate on England duty in the past, and he'll be back, that young man. There's no two ways about it. He'll be back on this stage one day. It's just the start for him, not the end.
60.
Jason Brandon awaits the winner of this one. The American was impressive in sweeping aside Sibren Highballs of Belgium in straight sets.
100.
Yeah, he was. Jason Brandon has taken to the Lakeside stage like a duck to water. He really has. Very impressive this afternoon. And he was asked big questions a few times this afternoon at the end of sets and duly answered them by hitting doubles first dart, not giving anybody a go. And so,
100.
yeah, he looks a nice prospect.
Have met before in the WDF, only the once, and it was the underdog for tonight, Barry Copeland, who won that game. 4 legs to 1 in the Irish Open.
41.
I felt this one might be a little bit slow to get going early doors because of the friendship. But I think once the gloves are off and the pleasantries are done early doors, I think they really will be pushing each other to their limits, and that's what we want to see.
You require 122. 98. How do you require 7?
7 remaining.
No score.
Tricky check out.
You require 24.
And a big opportunity here for Duff to level up. So Duff misses darts, leg 1. Copeland steps in. Copeland misses darts, leg 2. Duff steps in.
44.
2 breaks of throw in the first 2 legs. Makes you think, who wants to throw first now?
100. 95. 60.
Somewhat dry this year in terms of tournament wins as Barry Copeland. A couple of WDF tournaments, the last being in the Isle of Man last year. Neil Duff, a winner at the England Open. Knew that he didn't have to play that much of the tour this year in order to not just qualify but be a highly ranked seed.
100.
So that's why his focus has been elsewhere at times.
No, a seasoned campaigner is Copeland. I've known of him and all the time that I've been playing back from the BDO days, and he would be seen around a lot then. And He was always in the mix in more ways than one, was Barry.
95. You require 170. 134.
Good setup.
Effectively forcing Copeland to take this out. Not going to happen this time. He'd have much preferred his second dart was his first dart.
76. You require 36.
Double 18 then for Neil Duff. Too big an adjustment. Double 9, planted straight in. Didn't he enjoy it?
Yeah, sometimes that can only help focus your opponent.
123.
The big cheers can, yeah, give you a lift, but you lose a bit of your own energy. Your opponent then gets a little bit of a lift for how much it means to you.
Neil Duff, the only previous winner in the men's field, which means he's probably got an aura about him. Did you ever get the sense that people looked at you differently because you were a previous winner?
Yeah, possibly, mainly the bookies. I don't think, you know, when I came into it the year that I won it, I think it was about 80 to 1 or something. And I was never, ever out that far ever again. That was the main thing. But yeah, you come back here as a champ. It's very difficult to come back here as a champ because you know that first year everybody's trying to knock you off your pedestal. So when you see Martin Adams win back-to-back and other players in the past that win back-to-back, you have to tip their cap to them because they are, you know, real champions if they're able to do that. But yeah, you don't realise that you've been the champ, or I didn't, until you brought the trophy back the following year and you didn't have it in your possession. Then you realised, wow, you know, I'm not a champ anymore.
And I'm desperate to get it back.
Correct.
Duff's desperate for the first set. He's had darts in every leg so far. Opportunities have been a bit more limited for Barry. He has been clinical. I get the sense these two are going to try and outdo each other in volume.
I think you've hit the nail right on the head there. Copeland gives out the big roar. Very similar way to Duff did to him, so. .43 leaves the door open for Duff to head off a little bit more into the sunset in this very important leg 5, set 1. Copeland has a little lateral drift there into the 1, and it's creeping into the treble 1. And now 2 meaningful treble-less visits for Copeland. Has left him trailing, but 140 here and you're back in it.
100.
Both got different address points to the Yorkie. Neil stands way over to the left. Almost throws across his face.
47.
Barry on the other side, as you can see.
Yeah, well, this particular Rocky has a stripe, carpet stripe on each side, and you kind of judge yourself on where you usually stand on that. Is what I used to do when I was up there.
Nice setup from Duff. You would expect 10 tops to be the route.
60.
Target is not yet hit.
No real pressure applied either.
Oh.
Goes the 32 route. So he's taken note, like you, that tops hasn't been good for him. Now it's the dodgy double 9.
32. Are you require 156?
Must admit, surprised at that.
This would be a mighty finish from here. This would be a mighty finish from here. Ooh, little ricochet there. Duff's heart must have been in his hands there.
You require 18. No score.
A literal head scratcher.
56.
Copeland gets a chance that he didn't expect to get. Can he take set 1? Yes, he can. Celebratory roar from Copeland. He's broken the Duff throw. Duff wins the bull up in the back room. And when you do that, you think that you're going to bring home set 1, and he hasn't done it. But it was the chances that Duff gave him. Duff has to look at himself and say, well, he really shouldn't have had that one because I had that one in the bag. And
Well, Neil had 12 darts at a double, Barry had 4, and yet Barry's come away with the set.
yeah, well, in that one he had sort of like 6, didn't he, from 50. The problem dart was the one that strayed into the double 7, meaning he had to go up to that crazy double 9.
41.
But it hasn't given Copeland the lift you would think. And the opening exchanges here in set 2, leg 1.
95.
But what we do know about Neil Duff, he is not scared of having to make comebacks. In his title-winning year, he came from pretty perilous positions against the likes of Jim McEwen and Thibaut Tricol in the final. Against Reece Colley, he was struggling to withstand the scoring power.
Yeah, Colley was right on it in that game and the scoring early part of the game. And sometimes you have to realise that you're being outplayed and tip your cap to the man that is doing it. But at the same time, you've got to try and hang in there. And when an opportunity comes your way, you have to take it.
There's a lot of testosterone on that stage. That's better from Neil Duff.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
No mucking around on a 2-darter. And he is at least giving himself plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, he sure is. And again, we talk about breaker throw. That's another breaker throw. Copeland broke Duff to take the set. Straight into the next set. Duff breaks Copeland. Well, I think this could be a pattern of this game, you know.
125. You require 136. 96.
Well, they'll be coming back for tops, whether he likes it or not.
Well, maybe he feels now's the time to have a go at it again and get back into the swing of things on tops.
Especially with Barry not on a finish, and there he's made it look easy.
Third leg is Barry to throw first.
It's amazing what the feel of a bit of daylight would do for you as a dart player when going for a double. Sometimes you can be too far in front and it can unsettle you. Another time it is absolutely right up your street.
96.
And on that occasion, it was right up Neil Duff's street.
Less pressure means less tension in the arm.
Yeah, but less pressure can sometimes mean laziness as well, thinking that you've got time. So that theory doesn't always work, but what is pressure is the fact that Neil Duff is 2-0 up in this set. It's on Copeland's throw. So Copeland will be feeling he did all the hard work in the first set to break Duff's throw. You don't then want to give the set on your own throw away cheaply.
Second dart looked a little bit loose. Duff emerges with a 140. Back comes Barry. Cross for double 10. And there was definite daylight in that leg. First one of the match where Duff didn't have an opportunity to win it.
Yeah, he was left sat back on 142. Couldn't sort of string any sort of treble visits together in a line, and Copeland hit a couple back to back there, and that's what got him away. Loose last there from Duff. He would not have wanted that at this time. Copeland is right there.
100.
And he'll feel he'd have 180s closer to the treble 20 than that. It's just 3 beautifully phoned darts. 2 didn't find the destination.
60.
And because they're such buddies, Duff would have been watching how close Copeland would have been to that treble and know that he's an accident waiting to happen any moment.
100. 84. 100.
That dart underneath doesn't seem to be an issue for Copeland like it is other players. He just throws over the top and uses it as a guide.
100. Are you require 112?
To send this set to a decider.
92. You require 90.
Duff might have to look at the ball at the end of this. Press the button.
60.
Lands on the wire.
Because the dart tipped down, he felt that it was right in the top. But Copeland coming back for double 10. It's a wild one to start. But a more controlled one on the double 5.
Fifth leg is Murray to throw first.
Do we say it's advantage Copeland here because he has the throw?
I think you'd have to say so.
We said it in the last set when Duff had the throw and he didn't win it. There's been so many breaks of throw that I don't think you'll always say it's an advantage. As a dart player, you have to back yourself when you're throwing first in this situation. You would want it, you would choose it.
Copeland's had far fewer opportunities, but he's taken them.
100.
That's the crucial story of this game.
When you have a deflection like that, you can start to doubt in your mind, is it your day? And Copeland duly replies with a treble 20, smack bang centre.
Never been a player who hides how he's feeling. It's Neil Duff.
Has to come out now for the 19s, really. Has to now. That was a risky dart. He should have came down there earlier, but he's got away with it. Should have gone down to the 19s earlier. Duff's gone down there now, chasing the 95. So he's left himself 170. It's 122 for Copeland.
Double 7.
108.
That would have been some shot
170.
for the set. Double 7, not easy. Then you put this situation in, he's now got to split it. Should he have done that first dart? If you're going to split, should he have done it?
We'll find out if Duff takes this.
30.
See, when you're one set up, those shots go, Dan, because mentally you're ready for that. He's got to go over the top of this. And now he has to use that dart.
2. You require 40.
The board took a bit of a clubbing from Copeland's fist. Double 10 is there, and Neil Duff will be feeling a huge sense of relief. Barry Copeland missing 6 darts for a 2-set advantage. Neil Duff has wrestled back some semblance of control. It's 1-all, and this is a very tense game.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st, One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Welcome back to Lakeside, where in this battle of the Ulstermen, Neil Duff might just well have played his get out of jail free card, because Barry Copeland was looking for 3 legs on the bounce in set 2 for a 2-set lead. And the theme of Barry's game prior to that was clinicalness. He missed 6 at the outer ring. Up stepped Neil Duff, who's not exactly being too clinical himself. It's been a rather patchy display from the Duff man, but it's 1 set apiece, and he's now got the advantage of throw. So, Scott, he's just got to put the last 20 minutes or so behind him and focus on what's to come.
Absolutely. I think the easy way to describe it, if you've just joined us having missed the first 2 sets, is Neil Duff really commanded the first set and couldn't get out. Gifted it to Barry Copeland, and then Barry Copeland returned the favour in set 2. So both guys have given each other a Christmas present, probably a month too early. And I expect to see now I've been out back now, spoken to their significant minders, I suppose is the way to put it.
140.
Wonder what the words of wisdom during the break have done for the pair of them. So it can be very important, the breaks and how you're looked after between, you know, walking off the stage and walking back on. Glenn Durrant, for example, used to walk off and go with his mentor, Dennis, into a quiet room, into the ref's room, just out the way, take himself out of the situation. Used to always do that at all the breaks.
It didn't work out too badly for Duzzer. If you're watching, I hope you're all right, mate.
Are you require 121?
bowled. There's always the risk going for the bullseye route.
105. You require 120.
Yeah, Duff did the right thing there with the first start, making sure of that big 20. It's the secret. Now it's 8 for Copeland. And the way those darts kick over, this might not be very kind for him at all.
No score. You require
Flights were quite clearly blocking.
And also the direction of the flight. It looks like the board has moved there. I'm not sure whether... Oh.
Referee Garen Roderick just getting his spirit level out. No distraction for Duff.
But at the end of the day, it was him that asked for it to be straightened, so whether Barry Copeland snatched the darts out of the board and made it move a degree or two, it shouldn't happen. But no matter how well the board is chocked, if you pull it in the right direction when you pull your darts out in a certain direction, it will move.
Yep, it might have been down to Barry's handiwork, shall we say.
125.
The way that Copeland holds his dart is not dissimilar to Martin Adams. He likes to put his finger underneath the point, push through on release. I think Copeland's hand is slightly more open-handed in the way Adams throws, but with all the thousands of dart players you've ever seen on TV or across the world, it's very rarely. Some could be close, but I've never seen anybody throw exactly the same as anybody else. And yet for such a simple game, you would think it would be easy to replicate another's throw.
Double top for a break. Neil Duff is definitely finding his range.
The leg is Neil to throw first.
And you'd probably say this is a deserved position.
60.
Only one leg in this match where he's not had darts to win it.
Yeah, you know, he probably only made one mistake, and that was the end of set one, wasn't it? Allowing Copeland in to get a go. Can't do anything about what you've already thrown, Dan. It's just you've got to try and mentally focus on once that's gone, it's gone.
140.
Neil Duff captained the Ireland side this year. The Six Nations and Europe Cup. Got his 50th cap and then retired.
Nice number to retire on, nice even number.
You require 121.
See Stephen Bunting use that ploy all the time these days. When he's left on 1-2-1, he always goes bull first, regardless of where his opponent is.
98. You require 75.
$18 for tops then. Tops it is. He was under it last time.
35.
Well, he couldn't have thrown it better this time. Just the wrong side of the wire. If he had fatter points, that would have been in. Here comes Duff for his chance at tops. After 10s, which he's been successful at.
80.
Not this time.
40.
So break a throw chance here for Copeland. And you feel it's mighty important that he does. Last chance corral.
20. You require 20.
You think this will go first start? No, it doesn't.
No second or third.
More early Christmas presents being handed out by Neil Duff here.
Well, it might be well-spirited, but it's not going to allow him to win many darts matches. Keeps passing up chances like that.
Oh, Copeland has the throw. And he will back himself to win it. And he's backing himself with the darts as well at this point.
First 180 that referee Gary Roderick has called.
He straightened the board, but he hadn't called a 180.
100. 60.
Second set in a row where Neil went 2-0 up.
100.
And it's looking like the second set in a row where Barry's reeling him back.
Yeah, we know Copeland's a terrier. We said at the start of the game, these two don't give in, they don't walk away.
96.
They're always in the games. Copeland goes that 1-2-1 route again. Double 18.
103.
Will he go straight for the double 9 or will he split? I think it will all depend on what Neil Duff does here.
140. You require 18.
He's going straight at it.
But if you're going to split, have a go at having a chance of winning the leg is what I feel.
14.
He's done it again.
145.
Gone inside the double 4.
You require 4.
On his last go at this, first start went inside the double 2. But you got 2 markers there to throw at.
No score.
And once again,
You require 90.
the present is being handed back from the previous leg. Double 15. Copeland knows it's going. You can tell, shaking his head behind him.
In charge and a third set.
It's only a check out of 90, but it's a mega shot in the context of this game. Deadly doubling prowess has deserted Barry.
It's not that he's not giving himself chances. That's the frustrating thing for a dart player. If you're giving yourself chances and not hitting them, that is the most frustrating thing in the world.
There was a hint of a smile on Duff's face as he threw those last darts.
140.
He's been around Copeland long enough to know. He knows what Copeland's got going through his head right now.
60.
And he knows that he's angry with himself. And sometimes when you play angry, you can overthrow, overthink.
60.
Some players might like to make their opposition angry, to make them make mistakes.
Did you ever have a crack at that?
Are you require 161?
Not your style. Too nice a guy.
I have trouble dealing with myself, let alone trying to upset anybody else. Ultimately, you do upset other people, because when we're on the hockey, you think me as a dart player. And you have a dart player drop a dart behind you while you're going for a double. People drop darts. It does happen. But while you're up there, you're thinking me, and it can upset you.
100.
And sometimes you can get the situation totally wrong and genuinely they've dropped a dart. But while you're up there, you always feel it's being done on purpose. And here we go. Talk about purposeful. And that's a frustrating thing in darts. If he'd have done that 4 minutes ago, probably less than that, he'd sat there with another set on his side of the scoreboard. What a lovely game this is, especially when you're watching. When you're not putting yourself through it, it's much nicer.
You're saying you don't miss being up there?
Oh, of course I miss being up there. But I don't mind having a good watch as well, Dan.
100.
Very similar averages have been thrown. 85 goes up against 84.
On 140. You require 121.
1-2-1. Neil also opts for the bull. And there he completes that riddle. That's what Barry Copeland has tried to do on a couple of occasions.
Is Barry to throw first. Come on.
We've had a string of holding throw now after having a few breaks. I think it's 5 in a row now that's held throw.
On 140.
Something the game hadn't been accustomed to up to then.
Has flip-flopped around.
Yeah, Duff having a little natter to himself there, which is customary. He generally does that. But as a player stood behind him, you don't generally hear it.
60. On 140.
Duff will quite obviously want to get the job done in this set, if he can, by continuing to apply pressure to the Copeland throw.
53.
And that's exactly what Duff did. And has now turned the throw in his favour. And this is what he's so good at.
130.
This is what he's so good at.
Set play can change so quickly.
On 140.
takes 71. He throws for the match. Might have to be 17 and bull. That leaves double eights.
63. Body requires 63.
This could be an awkward one.
It can be. Chances. Where does he go from here? Is he going 10? I think he was undecided there. I think he looked at the 18, then he looked at the 10. And sometimes in that situation, you have to step back and make sure of the big number.
You require 8.
So I mentioned we haven't had a breaker throw for a while. What a lovely marker. Nearly too good a marker.
Well, it's the first breaker throw for some time. Don't underestimate how big it is.
Yeah, very important at that point in the game, and I think the roar showed the meaningfulness of that. It really was a pressure moment for Duff. Sometimes the roar is relief that you've hit it under such pressure, but we know Neil Duff doesn't worry about those sorts of things. He looks at the board, thinks about what he's throwing at, looks at what he's throwing at. And that's how he became champion, and we're seeing those traits all over again, aren't we, 2 years on?
No lack of fight in Barry Copeland's game.
137.
In this situation, you can't think about the next leg. You've got to think about the one that you're in. He's going to need a treble here.
55.
And that's the wrong one.
Or treble.
You have to go that way with Copeland on 106.
Bullseye for the match.
93. Body require 106.
Some way off.
That was one of those situations you needed to decide before you went to the board. 14 for 32. He's missed it already, 32, Copeland.
74.
And he's missed it in a similar fashion. But this time it could cost him the match.
Between two great mates. And it's Neil Duff, who does not yet emerge.
Body require 32. Charles in the quarterfinal.
Big dart that for Copeland. He now has the throw in the next leg. Will he grab a bit of momentum from that in the first 6 darts? Can he get off to a good one? Will Duff be thinking about that one dart he's already had for the match?
It's about how quickly he can put them 3 behind him.
It can play on your mind. You do go to the table. You do think about it. I can assure you of that. But the faster you leave it behind, the faster this type of play comes back to you.
It's typical Neil Duff. When the pressure's on, he responds.
140.
And like Copeland always does, he's like a terrier on your tail. He does not go away.
45.
For me, after the 180, Duff lost concentration there. He acknowledged something that was said in the crowd. Came back and hit a poor score, but he's now back on it with a 140. Copeland going his normal way.
105. By 136.
So for the match, and it doesn't go. 19 leaves top, so.
By 16.
Big moment for Barry Copeland. Takes the set. We go 2-2 into the decider. We're now back to the bullseye being a factor in this match, Dan.
Absolutely.
140.
Neil will be thinking he should be off stage now. Should be soaking up the applause as he's announced as the winner.
41.
And Copeland should be thinking he should have put me to bed by now. This is a bonus opportunity, this set. I've got to get in there.
140.
We knew this game was going to be tight. Everything told us it was going to be tight. And that's exactly what we've got.
Neil was left on 136 to potentially win the match.
96.
Back there and gets it down to tops.
95. You require 40.
Double 10. Good call from Neil. Barry back on 225. No point risking going inside on double 5.
65. You require 40.
Not making this easy for himself.
30. You require 160.
This would be a hammer blow to Neil Duff.
He'll probably still go at the tops anyway. Oh, he doesn't.
40. You require 10.
Safe single 1.
There
is double 2.
There's nothing in it in the averages. 86 to Duff and 85 to Copeland. Nothing in it on the scoreboard except that one solitary leg that Duff has just won.
44.
Back-to-back 140s from Copeland.
Already looks a likely hold.
100.
And you think that as an opponent, Duff will be thinking that as well. And thinking if you don't have a treble visit here,
60.
I can get back in this. Not like that, he won't. That's for sure. So I'd be back agreeing with you there, Dan, that this is...
You require 161.
Do you know what? I feel if he'd hit that, he'd have gone for it as well. He just had that look about him.
I think that's the reason why he went treble 17. If you were just going to tee it up for tops or double 16, stay on the treble 20, use the guide that's already there.
But you always go that way, so it's not natural to start thinking something different when that's your sort of repetitive direction.
Few darts of Neil's are drifting.
45. You require 16.
In this situation, you want to hit this first dart, show your opponent you ain't going anywhere.
Hitting second time will do just fine. Best of 3 legs now.
140.
It's strange. Duff couldn't buy a trouble in that last leg when he was against the darts because he was trying to break the throw. Now you have the throw, you tend to relax a little. As you said earlier this afternoon, there's no bad moment to hit a 180, but that was an absolute beauty of a moment to hit one. Because Copeland's done nothing wrong here, 140 ton, but 180, 140 for Duff.
65.
Let's put him in the driving seat. You're forcing your opponent to hit a 140 in a situation
60.
where his arm's going to go slightly tight. We're at the World Championships, we're at the Lakeside. The guys have been going round all year to get here. That all then starts to mount up mentally.
76.
Duff will be back. Copeland on 201.
Wonderful pressure applied. Neil Duff swats his countryman aside. He's one leg away from a place in the quarterfinals to book a meeting with Jason Brandon.
Copeland will now be thinking, I wish that 174 was for the start of this leg. But the minimum requirement was to open up with a ton in this situation, and he did that. Now Duff's had a 93. He needs another ton minimum requirement once more. And he's looking up to the challenge. Super stuff this from these guys at the business end. Couldn't have thrown them any nicer, Duff. Just didn't find the required target. That would have been music, that 60, to Copeland's ears.
60.
As that is now music to Duff's ears.
Neil distracted by something in the crowd.
59.
Surely he has to move out here.
60.
Blocked it with the first one. Persisted where he was. Duff just needs a treble here.
59.
Came away, wasn't frightened to try somewhere else. As we're getting closer to the finish line, Copeland's arm's gone tight because he's missing by a little way now.
ends the streak of treble-less visits.
My intrigue here is where's Copeland going? He's going at the bull again by the looks of his eyes. And this is the fear in this situation.
Barry looks in disbelief. He didn't hit the ball or the 25. Lovely dart. Had to stay straight. Even a big safe 20 would have given him a shot at the ball for the match.
But he obviously felt good going for the treble 20. He had one there lovely and tried to hit the dart and just overpitched it a little. It's a 44 here. Double 16.
Well, dare I suggest this was always on the cards.
Fifth and final leg against Neil to throw first. Imam.
Back in my day, you know, you had these tiebreakers. You had to win by 2 to care legs so that you had to break somebody.
140.
No tiebreakers this time. It's a straight shootout. Neil's made a good start. Barry matches him stride for stride.
Did you expect any different, Dan? Because I sure didn't. Oh, this is beautiful stuff from Duff. Oh. Once again, what a time to hit a 180. Has he finally broken Copeland here? It's taken to the bottom end of the 5th set to break him. But once again, Duff turns up and shows his class in the right moments at the right time.
Well, he knows he's got time. Probably the safest thing to do, not to go double-double. It's looking like the end of the road for Barry Copeland.
You require 40.
As this session has opened up with a thriller.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Neil doesn't want silence. He wants roaring cheers as he celebrates his victory. What an incredible contest that was between two really good pals from Northern Ireland. It's all smiles now. It wouldn't have been for Neil had he emerged as the loser, because he had 3 match darts to win 3-1. Neil Duff doesn't make things easy for himself, but he is a quarter-finalist. That's the most important thing. He's beaten Barry Copeland 3-2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic match to kick off the session. Keep your applause going for Barry Copeland! And the former world champion back in the quarterfinals, Neil Duff! Ladies and gentlemen, a quick 5-minute break to change the board, and we'll be straight back with our next match, the second of our boys' quarterfinals, as Paige takes on Archie Self.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th, a triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
We return to the boys' quarterfinals here at the 2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome to the stage a young man who came here through the Lakeside World Championship qualifiers. The winner of 5 WDF Europe Cup Youth Gold Medals for England. 15 years old, Archie Sell!
2 more young darting hotshots join the action in the boys tournament. We saw the start, maybe, of a special career earlier this afternoon. Lex Peishauser of Belgium defeated Ralf Laumanis of Latvia 2-0, averaging 92. It's quite incredible what some of these youngsters can produce these days, and both Kenji Steinbach and Archie Self are looking to try and make names for themselves here. The young Englishman Self has apparently got a big legion of fans, family members and friends with him today. Kenji Steinbach, the Dutchman, arrives as the number 2 seed, borrowing Andy Hamilton's walk-on for this contest. Lorraine Winstanley has rejoined me in the commentary box. And Lorraine, we saw something unbelievable from Lex earlier today. Are we potentially going to see more of the same?
Oh, I definitely think this is going to be a cracker of a game. They're both playing superb darts at the moment, and they must have watched that game earlier on thinking, we've got the winner of that.
Yeah, you can forgive them for being a little bit fearful of that potential contest. Not that darts players this age tend to have much fear.
I was just going to say, that is the one thing that you don't see with the youth players. They don't seem to have any fear.
Well, a mark of that from Archie's perspective is that he qualified for this in Hungary, the qualifiers at the back end of the World Masters. He also attempted to qualify for the full men's tournament, lost in the last 1-8 to Denny Aldi-Kalter, but certainly got some confidence about him if he's going to go and compete with men.
Absolutely, and even though he's only 14 years of age, he actually picked up his very first darts with the magnetic ones, age 3. And he started playing proper darts, let's call it, at age 8.
Magnetic dartboard as a toddler. Where have we heard that before?
It's a familiar story.
The thing is with kids who are playing this young, they've no battle scars, they've no bad memories of being on stage. They can just get up and enjoy the occasion as much as possible.
62.
They just love playing darts, so I think they relish every environment, every opportunity to play. They just get themselves in there and enjoy every moment.
How must that feel as a 15-year-old to hit a 180 on the Lakeside stage?
Especially to hear that crowd as well. He's got a big army of fans out there supporting him tonight.
It is much busier this evening, and therefore it's much noisier.
I think it helps to have that buzz in the air. It's really difficult when the room is absolutely silent.
Can he use the guides?
Not this time, but he will be back with Kenji back on 172.
40. Archie required 40.
Double 10.
Nobody misses double 5.
Archie through first.
Archie self-throw reminds me a little bit of a player we saw on Lakeside last year, Danny Lorby, just left-handed, absolutely rapid, throws it like a catapult.
Yep.
Just one backwards and forwards motion.
58. 46.
Both players regular winners in youth tournaments on the WDF. Kenji's won 5 titles in total.
140.
Both players play on the JDC system as well. So Kenji has just come back from Gibraltar, winning the Junior Darts Open. So obviously playing in really good form. I watched that. I really enjoyed following all the results all week. Archie was part of the winning England A team as well. He was captain. So he led the team to victory this year.
96. Gets you on 160. 44. 60. Gets you on 160.
Starts downstairs, single 19. Leaves double top.
96. Archie on 130.
His first opportunity to win a leg. Bullseye.
105. Gets you on 20. And that's been shoulder and roller.
Kenji should settle down now. That's really difficult to say. Now he's got a leg under his belt.
85. 45. 58.
The other 2 quarterfinals will take place tomorrow. We've got an all-English affair involving the #1 seed, Jenson Walker, who's had his foray into senior darts, played at the UK Open earlier this year and on the Modus Super Series stage. He plays Mason Tees. And then we've got Balas Shotak, who won the Dutch Open boys title against Florian Preiss of Germany.
43.
Jenson's really reigned supreme in the youth, the WDF youth this year. He's really dominated it, a little bit like Paige has for the girls. But this is Jenson's last year, so he's going to have to make that switch to playing senior tournaments. So it'll be interesting to see how that game goes tomorrow against Mason.
100.
I do remember him trying Q School as a 16-year-old and managing to get through to the last stage.
Yeah, he did.
58.
If you're good enough, you're old enough, as the old adage goes.
60.
He's very grounded, Jenson, as well. He's got a really old head on young shoulders.
93. 98.
Good switch back to the 20s there for Archie. Great shot, Kenji.
It was a loose first start, but it didn't stop him. He didn't have to take a pause, step back and recalibrate.
He
just fired it straight at treble 19 tops.
He knew exactly where he was going.
58. 57.
Neither player's hitting a treble there with the first visit, so see what Archie produces now.
$134. 58. 95. 90.
Over to the 18s.
Superb setup there for Archie.
Already missed one set dart on the bull.
Let's move first set. After set. Second set, first set. It's Kenji to fill
What a way to take the set.
Solid start there from Kenji. He needs to really pile the pressure on Archie now.
58.
Standard not yet being quite as explosive as what we saw from Lex Picehouse earlier this afternoon, but nevertheless, this is a great way to introduce yourself to the darting world.
84.
A chance to play on a proper stage, in a proper event.
40.
And really putting on a show.
60. 57. Gets you 120.
Loose start there.
44.
He's got plenty of time though.
Archie's been troubleless throughout this leg.
60.
And remains so.
76.
Double top.
56.
He will be back.
99. Gets you 20.
Always dangerous going for double five, but Henry Steinbach just lobbed it in, made it look easy.
I don't mind a double five shot because it's right next to the tops, and if you set it up to go for tops, it's a relatively easy double to get.
I can imagine some players, yourself included though, when you are left with double five, last dart in hand, there's almost a fear of it dragging downwards into the single.
Yeah, pulling it right down into the treble because you're that tight and nervous. I don't think either of these lads are likely to be like that. Superb setup.
Double 12.
Incredible.
Didn't feel any pressure there at all. Archie acknowledges how good that shot was. Great sportsmanship.
And it was pretty important that he hit the treble 13 because the dart was standing up to the point where some of the bullseye might have been blocked. Had to go the 13's route, or at least ensure a chance.
Kenji's well in control of this leg, looking odds on to take the set.
60. 90. 140.
Beautiful darts.
Kenji's currently behind in sets, but
90.
it is one of the quirks. He's won one more leg than Archie. Could be about to make it two more.
40. Archie 170.
This will be some way to get back into the second set. It's not going to go.
56. Archie 36. Areas we've shown the second set.
Second set belongs to the young Dutchman.
Third and final set, first line against Archie to throw first. Game on.
It's the first time these two have ever met, and I suspect it won't be the last.
No, I don't think it will be. Both got very promising, bright futures.
58. $131.
Good idea to switch there. That treble 20 was looking like it was only hanging on by the end of the point. There's nothing more demoralising than seeing treble 20 fall on the floor.
Has happened a few times this week.
There's been quite a few bounce outs, haven't there?
Cross for double top.
43.
Nasty pull into the 5 there. That didn't quite go according to plan.
Loaded that for Archie.
Open the door back open for Kenji. He cleans it up nicely.
1/6 of the last 7 legs. And yet, Archie's got the higher average.
41.
So it just goes to show you don't have to pay too much attention to the averages. They're merely a guideline.
84.
It's all about the W.
Exactly. And there is a strong case to say that with the advent of scoreboard technology that we've got these days, that kids pay too much attention to averages.
Great darts from Archie. They become very focused on the averages, and it's not the averages that win you games, it's hitting those doubles. You can be playing absolutely outstanding, but if you don't hit those doubles, you're not going to win.
Archie's rediscovered his range.
He needed to, having been broken in that first leg. Oh dear. Overtrained.
85.
He's so good, he hits the treble 20 when he doesn't want it.
This is it.
This will be very safe and high.
57.
He made sure this time. And he is coming back for tops.
40.
Two beautiful markers. Can he squeeze it in? No, he can't.
Not the first time that's happened, where he's thrown 3 very good darts.
Yep.
They've just not gone in.
Small margins, Dan. Very small margins.
32.
He's been let off. Back he comes for another go at tops.
40.
Hear that roar. You can hear what that meant to him.
Must be quite nice to tell all your pals back at school. What do you get up to at the weekend? Just throwing a few darts at Lakeside. What about you?
What an achievement. Superb darts there from Kenji. That was unlucky. Another 60 points on the floor.
75.
He's picked himself back up. Coming away with 77's okay.
140.
This is a great battle.
Double top.
68.
Pulled it low.
RTU guard 52.
He was brave in going for the treble 16 with Archie only back on 52.
Yeah.
But he's put that bounce out firmly behind him. So he started playing with a magnetic dartboard and he's hit double 10 3 times. Have we got an exact replica on our hands?
He very well could be.
100.
You can see Kenji's starting to tighten up now.
Worst possible time for a horror show visit.
Absolutely.
56.
Good find with the last dart there.
52. 29. Kenji guard 167.
Just imagine.
99.
But Marco was looking a bit confused there.
And it takes a lot to put Marco off his stride.
55. Kenji guard 68.
13 or treble for double 12.
44.
There was a rush of blood.
RTU guard 68.
This is for the match.
Double 4.
Big breath.
Double 2.
Oh.
Well taken Archie Self. What performance from the 15-year-old. This boys' tournament could arguably be the highlight of the week as we see the stars of tomorrow. And it's another seeded player who's been knocked out as Archie Self sets up a tie with Lex Peishauser.
Ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic advert for the future of our sport. Let's give a massive round of applause for Kenji Steinbach. And into the right semi-final, Archie Self.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship, and we welcome to the stage a man playing in his second Lakeside World Championship. From the Netherlands, he is the reigning Dutch Open champion, Bottenberg! His opponent is the winner of 8 world ranking titles this year, the reigning Belfry Open, Swiss Open and newly crowned Czech Open champion, the WDF World #1, the Dutch Sequoia, Jimmy Van Schie!
The big man with the biggest chance of winning at Lakeside this year, according to the bookmakers and many onlookers, is back for more. It was a quite sensational debut performance against Sweden's Bjorn Leon. Jimmy Van Schie laying down a marker, averaging just short of 99, hitting 5 180s, hitting just under 50% of his doubles. A first 9 average of 117. He's been the dominant force in the WDF this year, winning 8 titles alone on this circuit, as well as playing darts wherever he can, whether that be the PDC Challenge Tour, the PDC Pro Tour, because of his Challenge Tour performances, filling in as a reserve, the Modus Super Series, which he won as recently as last week, Saturday night finals night. He certainly comes into this as the heavy favourite, but Jarno Bottenberg, he's a capable player in his own right. Beat Matthew Edgar in straight sets in round 1, and then defeated Ryan Hogarth in what was a very spiky affair. The two players not exchanging handshakes at the end of that. Hogarth unhappy with what he believed was unsportsmanlike conduct from Bottenberg, which of course he will disregard and dispute. Jarno has won the Dutch Open, which is one of the toughest tournaments to win. But Scott Mitchell, Jimmy Van Schie, the man who makes you look diminutive in comparison, comes into this as favourite, not just this match, but this tournament, because he has been playing beautifully all year. Yeah, all year, and current form is a big thing coming into these things. And as you quite rightly say, the Super Series win just last Saturday is a sign of where he is with his game at the moment. He's a very popular figure down there at the Super Series, and I think, as we've just heard when he walked on, he's got a little clan of fans in here. Maybe they're the ones that go to the Super Series to watch him, and they've turned up now here. But he's a nice lad. I've known him for a long, long time, since he was 6'1". When he was 8.
Yeah, he was about 13 or 14th at the time, and I remember seeing him at youth events when we used to travel with the BDO circuit, obviously over to Holland and Belgium, and he would be there along with the likes of Danny Jenson and one or two others. So these guys are now coming through the system, and boy oh boy, has this guy hit the ground running in 2024. He really has been a special player this year and come to the fore. And he's made a good start too, 94 left, following a dozen darts thrown. Sets up top. Jarno's going to look at the 19s route. .66 left. 19. Trims it down to double 18. But for the first leg in this all-Dutch contest, tops is found, and it's right in the middle, which bodes well. And he was still throwing down at it. That's the impressive bit there on that one. 140. I remember playing in this very venue a few years back with Richard Osman of Pointless fame, and he's a big lad, just like Jimmy is. And yeah, it looks strange when he went to go up to the board, and it looks like he's throwing down at the treble 20s. And I think that was a Let's Play Darts Comic Relief thing that we did actually here in this room. So there aren't too many taller than those two throwing darts, and I'm not so sure Richard Osman does a lot of dart throwing these days. He's won tournaments this year in Romania, Switzerland, Spain, Italy, Hungary, Czechia. And that Czech Open success was only very recent too. Once you get into that winning habit, you must have a feeling of invincibility about you. Oh, you do. Absolutely, you do. And you feel like you... The likes of Eric Bristow would talk into the room and say who's going to come second today when he was on his pomp. And that's how you feel, but not what everybody says that. You look around the room and say, who are the ones that are going to give me a problem today? And you cite 5 or 6, and then you look at the draw, and some of them, 4 of them, 5 of them were all in one half, and you might only have to deal with one. But yeah, it's a very magical place to be.
Double top for Bottenberg.
You can practice all you like till you're blue in the face. If you haven't got the confidence when you come to the moment to go with it, then you're wasting your time. You have to have the confidence and belief.
Jimmy's got his backers, but Jarno has as well, including his brother Yuri, who's been here all week. And he levels the game up. Jarno Bottenberg, as I mentioned at the top, did win the Dutch Open, and it's one of the best title-winning checkouts I've ever seen. Treble 17, tops against Wesley Pleisier. As a result, that secured his automatic qualification for Lakeside, with it being a platinum event. So he's not really focused on WDF darts this year. He's been playing Challenge Tour, Development Tour.
100. Well, once you've qualified for here, it's job done. Yeah, okay, it may only be a prelim round, but once you've qualified, it is job done.
Should go up for the 20s again. Lovely pace about this game. Jarno, you'd say, is the quicker of the two, but not by a huge amount.
No, I think the pace of the game suits the both of them. And
Double 18. Jarno Bottenberg's in front. Jimmy Van Schie knows he's in a game.
yeah, they should know plenty about one another, these two.
I'm guessing they'll have known each other a while and practiced together at times, but this is actually their first recorded meeting, which is something that surprised me.
Yeah, me. I thought that would have definitely happened before now. What a place to start.
100.
Last 16 at the World Championship.
121.
It's been a busy week for Jarno because not only has he been playing at Lakeside, he's also taken on the role of hotel barroom DJ.
Oh, has he indeed?
And all I'm going to say is, it's a very Dutch choice of music he has.
180.
And he's got Dutch darting ability as well.
I think I can hear my headache coming on already.
91. Now they require 60.
Double top.
Just caught the flight of the first dart. No such problem with the second one. Set to Bottenberg.
Second set, first leg, Jarno to draw first. Game on.
No question that Jimmy is favourite for this match, but in my mind, it wouldn't be a shock if Jarno won. He's got more than enough talent.
I noticed the Ranjibar logo on Jimmy Van Schie's shirt.
43.
My dear friend Peter out there. Another one along the chain. Another one to where
his bar logo here at a World Championship. If you're watching, I hope you're well, Peter. Not seen him for a while. He may have retired, who knows? The big darting bar in Holland, the Oranje bar.
126.
He doesn't give you much time to think. Straight at double 12.
80. Now will require 12.
Can he sneak it inside? Yes, he can. 4 legs in a row for Jarno Bottenberg. Looking to win the Dutch Open and Lakeside in the same calendar year, which would be a heck of an achievement.
Yeah, massive. I mean, the Dutch Open to win on its own, that is some special tournament. I think my best was a semi-final there one year, but I was already in the pairs as well, the pairs final before the semi-final. It was a bit of a weird one. I think I played the semi-final, came off, and then played the pairs final. But it's such a big tournament, honestly. If you go to one tournament in a year, I would suggest you go to the Dutch Open. You need to experience it. Some of the top players didn't like it. You know, the Glenn Durrants and the Jamie Hugheses back then wouldn't go. They'd been once or twice and said the field was so big. You're playing so many games in a row if you're winning that there's no break. You're coming on, coming back off, getting 5 minutes, coming off. It's just a rapid game and a tournament. It's so beautifully run. If you go to one tournament in your life, I would advise you to go and experience the Dutch Open just the once.
130.
I was there at the last one in the commentary box, and it's run like a well-oiled machine when you consider there are so many people there.
The party tent opens at 10 a.m. in the morning for those early losers who wish to start with the techno very, very loud by 11.
And they don't leave until Monday morning.
They do not. They go in there and they stay there as long as they dare. They get hiked out late at night, go to their rooms, come and play the next day, and then back in the party bar. It's amazing. An amazing tournament.
I know our referee Marco Meyer has a particular love affair with the Dutch Open.
Yeah, a massive love affair with the Dutch Open, and I can understand why. In my BDO days, I think I went to them all.
Jimmy's finding his feet again after, by his incredibly high standards, sluggish start. Errant dart from Jarno. Treble 19.
57.
Does he go treble 18, tops? I've no question that would have been his choice of route.
94.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that coming. The younger generation, how flamboyant they are. Sat here talking like old Father Time here about shutouts. It's not right, Dan. I do apologise. I do apologise for our viewers, but and I just get the feeling that Jimmy's over trying here, but let's not forget that Jarno Bottenberg is putting him under masses of pressure every time Jimmy goes to the board for a double. Jarno is there, waiting to pick up the pieces. And he's picking them up nicely indeed. And
he's found a real home at double 10 as well. 3 of his legs have been won there.
89.
It's funny, us players always find it easier to play well when you're in front.
96.
Well, if Jimmy fails to hold, he goes into the break 2-0 down. And is that where panic stations set in?
140.
We've seen the break change games here this afternoon, and
180.
if Jimmy can get into the break here 1-1, he'll be very pleased. If he goes into the break 2-0, he would be very pleased because he would want to break Bottenberg. He does not want him to, and the break can unsettle people.
Jarno had 100 and then hit a single one. Worst dart possible.
These aren't bad darts, they're just not going where he wants them to go. And there's just a distinct lack of belief in Jimmy's eyes at the minute when it gets to the double. You can see he's shaking his head. And that's just not him. He's happy-go-lucky. He's got to go and enjoy it. And right on cue, he misses double 10 down.
Maybe an unexpected chance. He's geeing himself up. He knows how big this dart is. And it sends it spearing into double one.
Now, after losing set one, now that he's held his throw twice, he's done all that he can do in this set.
100.
He now needs to be out in 13, 14 darts, you feel, and hope
93.
that Jarno is not out in 15, because if he does, Jimmy needs to be out in 12.
91.
Managed to get a brief chat with Neil Duff earlier back in the players' room, and he said, "You know me, Scotty, I love a last leg decider. I love a last leg decider in a set. I love a last leg decider in a match." And that's something that when you've won a few of them and been on the right side, the confidence comes with it. When you haven't been on the right side, it's, oh no, it's a last leg decider again. Which one of these two think in here?
80.
Lots of room to the right.
100.
Disappointing to only come away with a ton. Jarno Bottenberg has missed 2 darts for the set. He might only get one more. No, he's going to get 2 at double 15.
60.
Jimmy will be a lucky boy if he goes into the break with a set on the board.
Jimmy require 108.
His next 3 darts, big, big moments in this game.
Huge moment at double 16.
76.
Jarno not rushing himself here. In this situation, my feeling is you have to go straight at it first dart. If you're going to split it first dart.
Didn't need to split it, and Jarno Bottenberg is 1 set away from causing a surprise. The man who was the bookies' favourite for the tournament, the man who's won more WDF titles than anyone else this year, is in real trouble because Jarno Bottenberg leads Jimmy van Schie by 2 sets to 0.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Well, tonight's not going to be a good night for Jimmy Van Schie if this continues. He has been the star man on the WDF circuit this year, winning 8 titles. However, for the next 20 minutes or half an hour, he's going to have to show a different side, a grittier side, a side that can withstand punishment and pressure. At the moment, he's coming up short, which is deliciously ironic. And Jarno Bottenberg is potentially only 3 legs away from a place in the quarterfinals. He's not necessarily done too much wrong. It's just that Jarno has been excellent and he's taken his chances.
Yeah, the few opportunities that Jimmy has had, he hasn't really taken them. And You could say that Jarno has jumped right in and filled his boots there and taken the chances, but
140.
I'm not sure whether Jimmy's had a message, but he's thrown a little bit quicker now, which is what we're more used to seeing.
I think you're right.
Whoever's out back with him has had a little word with him saying you're trying to put them in, which is something that can happen here, but the risk here for Jimmy is that upping his pace could suit Jarno a little more, who is naturally quicker anyway.
Double 4. Great start to the third set. Exactly what Jimmy Vanski needed.
And what he also needs to get that little section of the crowd on his side again, rather than Sat being very low. Jarno Bottenberg has done well in keeping the Vanski supporters quiet. But Jimmy Vanski needs them now. Bottenberg still not rattled.
140.
That one was a test of quick mental maths.
Yeah, absolutely was.
53.
Double 12.
5.
And once again, Vanski offers a chance to Bottenberg.
Wasn't looking for tops with the first start.
If he was being a very confident young man. You can hear the crowd of Vanski supporters now starting to get back into it again, now starting to get the belief.
It's 5 180s in 7 legs.
100.
He's found a scoring purple patch.
I think when Vanski ups the pace, I think he throws the dart a little bit harder and more direct, and he's finding more success with that.
100.
And at 2-0 down, he's not in a position to be choosy. He's got to throw caution to the wind here and leave nothing behind. So you have to try something different. When you're up there when things aren't quite going right, sometimes you try stepping back an inch, sometimes you try moving over an inch, sometimes you try throwing a little faster. There are many things that you can try to do to change the way that your game is going. But you have to try them, and you have to have the knowledge and experience to try them. And then 9 times out of 10, when you go back to where you normally throw, it starts coming good again.
Double top. It's been an amazingly quick third set. It might not be over. Jarno's got to rely on misses from Jimmy.
Jimmy delayed himself there. He should have known what Jarno was on before he went to the board. He should have checked that, because he looked over to see if he could head off, and when he had 10 left, and 2 it up, but he didn't do it.
Double 12. Jarno Bottenberg.
And that's the result of the mistake. That was a mistake there from Jimmy Van Schie. And we don't often see him make those. After a rapid start to set 3 for Van Schie,
140.
he could now find himself being pegged back to 2-2 with Bottenberg having the darts.
60.
Yano throwing
100.
to force a decider. And then Jimmy would have to serve it out. Tremendous pressure.
I like the way he stopped there, Yano. The dart wasn't in his hand quite correctly. A lot of players just get on and throw it. It's good to be able to stop and know that you've got the confidence to slow the game down. Because what can happen when you're here for the first time, the games can pass you by. They go by rapidly and you get into a pace that you're not comfortable with, and then you start doing things that you're not comfortable with, and before you know it, the game's gone. You sat in the back room and go, how did I let that happen? So the biggest thing, you mustn't let these big games pass you by. You must learn to stop that happening.
105. Now they require 78.
20 for double top. There is now no margin for error for the tournament favourite. Jimmy Van Schie must not lose this next leg, otherwise he is out. There'll be 2 very interested spectators of this in the back room. The winner of this will face the winner of our last match this evening, the ageless Paul Lim against Scotland's Gary Stone.
60. 134. 58. 134.
Good double treble visit there for Van Schie.
93. 140.
He's in a strong position now. The slack opening visit, but 3 2 treble ones means he's on 48. Bottenberg not close. Van Schie should wrap this set up.
40.
And that still should be the case.
100.
However, he's going to have to do it under duress.
Giving you required 8.
A little chat to himself, come on. This is where he needs to be throwing nice and hard. And with a set under his belt now, I think he'll be a different entity from here on in.
And the question is, will Jarno Bottenberg be a different entity?
I don't think he has to be. I think he has to continue the way that he's played. He's played a lovely 3 sets, and the only set he's lost is 3-2, and he didn't have the throw. So I don't think he has anything to worry about at this particular moment in time for me. If I was up there thinking that, I would be looking at it going, you know what, fair play. I've now got the darts. I can close this out now in this set. That would be my mindset.
100.
And that has to be Jarno's.
97. 123.
So regularly see Jimmy
100.
with averages in excess of 100.
138.
He won't care what he averages, as long as he gets the win.
114. Now
And that would have been a big breaker throw, that double 12 in the opening set 4. And that would have been a big double top as well. So this is still big moments here. At the top of set 4.
Double
6, yeah. Now double 3, the dodgy one. He has to go straight at it.
21.
And now, once again, offers the opportunity to Bottenberg to take the first leg of set 4, which he doesn't think twice about taking. He's looked very positive all night, is Jarno.
Turns round and gives it a quiet celebratory fist bump towards his friends and family in the corner.
180.
Jarno is concentrating on one person and one person only, and that's his brother in the crowd. He doesn't look at anywhere else. He doesn't look anywhere else in the auditorium. He doesn't look at his opponent. He's scoring what he scores, and you watch, he'll turn around, he'll look at his brother, and he's looking at his brother every time. There's nobody knows you too much better than your brother, you know.
140.
This might need to go. This might need to go.
It so very nearly did. This 91 goes here, and he's gone the right way about it. Has to move across the hockey.
45.
Slightly blocked our camera angle there. You can see our Rocky has extended lines each side so that there's no toe creeping going on past the hockey line.
Is that awkward?
Yeah, very awkward, and the shake of Jimmy's head there is making it look a bit of a resigned look. We saw him scoring with fluency earlier. He was just so fluent at scoring with that extra pace. And then when he goes for the double, he takes the pace off again, and that means he's not quite throwing as hard. So the dart is not being so direct. But Bottenberg now breaks the throw. He's given the signal to his brother. One more. Jimmy can't believe it. His world is falling apart here right in front of everybody's eyes. It's always tough to come here and be the favourite.
He might have chuckled, but he's not finding anything funny.
93.
And what you cannot take away is how brilliant Jarno Bottenberg has been. He's stuck to his task. He's not worried about what's going on around him. He's stared at his brother. His brother has seen him through this. Good stuff from Jarno. Yes, he's taken opportunities, but that's not as easy as it sounds. And now he can see the finish line, and he is doing his utmost to sprint towards it. These could be Van Ski's last darts of the 2024 WDF World Championship.
Double 16.
72.
Van Ski survives a match dart, but he might be exiting in seconds.
105. Now you require 16.
The tournament favourite has been eliminated. So many expected Jimmy Van Ski to have a deep run at Lakeside this week, but he has been beaten by a sensational Jarno Bottenberg performance. We shouldn't have doubted him so much. He's a Dutch Open winner for a reason, and who knows, at the end of the week, he might be a Lakeside winner.
ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause going for Jimmy Gorski. And into the quarterfinals, Yogo Bottenberg. Another 5 minute break, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes, and we will return with our next match from the ladies' competition as Armstrong takes on Sophie McKinley.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Return to the ladies' second round in the 2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome back to the stage a young lady who came through the Lakeside World Championship qualifiers. The former Gibraltar Open and Helvetia Open champion, the reigning Hungarian Masters champion from Scotland, Sophie the Trophy McKinley.
Well, this is a contest between two players at opposite ends of their careers, opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of experience. Irina Armstrong, the number 7 seed, who's waited a week to make her Lakeside return. She's here for the first time since a first-round exit in 2015 at the hands of Anastasia Dobromoslova. She's been winning titles for over 20 years now, and she's won 3 more this year. Regularly accumulates points, and here she is back at Lakeside as a seeded player. But this is an incredibly tough assignment because Sophie McKinley displayed maturity beyond her tender years as she defeated Lisa Ashton, survived match darts from the Lancashire Rose, never gave anything away in terms of facial expressions, never displayed any signs of stress or frustration. She's a player who's got a bright future and a busy week because not only is she playing in the women's tournament by virtue of the last chance qualifier in Budapest, she's also playing in the girls' tournament. She's a player, Lorraine Winstanley, who you know incredibly well. Just how proud of her were you when she beat Lisa?
Oh, she just put on such an amazing display of maturity, like you've just said, Dan, that of course I was absolutely over the moon and so proud of her because I've been in that position myself playing Lisa and I've bottled it, and I've no shame in saying that, and she held her composure together in such a mature way, way beyond her years.
85.
We said it earlier in terms of if you're good enough, you're old enough. Now, Sophie definitely is. She's not just come here off the back of that qualifier. She has been winning tournaments in the women's game as well as youth level.
She has. She was in a strong position on the actual race table as well. She was only a couple of places down from qualifying anyway on the women's ranking table. And of course, she's coming into the girls' tournament as number 2 seed. We've got one end of the scale to the other. Irina's 53 years old and Sophie's just 18. Even at just 18 though, she's been playing herself for 11 years. Irina about 24 years, so there's a massive amount of experience stood on the stage.
Well, Irina's been winning titles since the early 2000s pretty much.
42.
Been there, done it, got the t-shirt.
I made my debut on that very stage against Irina.
How did it go?
Not like I planned. I'd played her on the tour all year and she'd never beaten me. And maybe I came into the game a little bit complacent. But yeah, she beat me. So you move on and learn.
There's always a next time.
Absolutely.
57.
Does have a lovely languid throwing action.
I think you just read my mind there. I was just about to say, even if she's not totally straight, she's not far away. She's straight down the middle most of the time.
Double top for an early hold. You cannot place it more centrally double top than that.
You can't. Sophie won the ball by hitting the ball. Said, well, you can't get any more definite than that. She was pleased with herself.
Even winning the bullseye in the back room, you'll have been in positions before where first start, you'll have hit the bullseye plumb. How much confidence could that give you?
Oh, it gives you a massive amount of confidence because you know if it goes one set each, you've got the darts in that the last set. So the mentality says hold your throw, hold your throw. Doesn't always go that way, but that's the way your brain works. when you don't win the ball, you know you're on the back foot straight away, and it is such a short, cutthroat format that you have to go out all guns blazing. And the pressure of just being up there, sometimes that's really difficult.
60.
Does have an interesting backstory, does Irina. Russian-born, German-based, English husband.
60.
In the lead up to the tournament, I was, looking at players who, admittedly, I didn't know much about. And Irina's actually got her own personal website, jewellery maker.
I own some jewellery, handmade by Irina.
Was that a free sample or did you buy it?
Oh no, I bought it. She's not likely to give anything away.
100.
She's been off the scene for a few years as well, and she's come back and really burst back onto the scene.
60.
Proof that in some cases you just never lose the ability, even if darts does take a back seat.
I think when you have a natural ability, it is always there, and it just needs that practice to bring it back out.
$76. You require 96.
She plays for the German national team. And they, like a lot of the European countries, do get some government funding. So that will help to allow Irina to travel. Great start in this leg from Sophie. Solid reply there from Irina. Oh, she's in again.
140.
Great darts.
Teasing the perfect leg.
I was holding my breath then, were you?
Yes.
24.
We nearly saw a massive chunk of Lakeside history a few nights ago. Kirsi Vinikainen going 7 into the 9. It would have blown the roof off and it would have blown the internet up probably.
She wasn't far off that treble 19, was she either? We've got a little bit of history anyway going on here, with Sophie being the only person to qualify for the women's and the youth tournament. Wasn't quite the setup shot that Sophie was expecting there, I think, but she's got time on her side, so she will be back for the 60.
Must be incredibly annoying being left on 100 and hitting single one with the first dart.
It's the one thing you don't want to hit. And I think a lot of the time,
20.
that's because you don't want to hit it, so you're going to hit it.
Yeah.
Don't hit one, don't hit one. Oh, there it is, there's the one.
Well, Irina's left 96, which she took out so expertly well in the second leg. Not that Sophie's going to give her a chance.
Irina there.
Been a good standard, this. Both players averaging in the 80s.
That's hanging on. Precarious. She was such a brave dart, that.
She threw it as if there was nothing wrong with the second dart.
Yeah.
So if he went looking for the bull to leave a two-darter, didn't work out. Irina's back for tops. 13 dart hold of throw is on the cards. And there it is.
Right in the middle. Rare loose darts there from Sophie.
And it's an opening in the set decider. We've seen Sophie deal with pressure this week. It's now been ratcheted up.
It was a good switch there to the 19s. She'd had a couple of loose darts on the 20s. Sometimes you just need to change your target.
Another 140 where the second dart was wobbling. And there was no thought whatsoever of switching. Very brave.
140.
Sophie needed the maximum there to leave a finish. Irina's looking to neaten this up and leave it a bit handier.
33.
Not the greatest setup, but Sophie's back on 194. 88, one of those awkward numbers where you may only get one at the bullseye.
28.
Sophie will be cross with that visit as well. Irina doesn't actually have to use the 18 and bull here.
Instead, she uses double four to win the first set. And as far as Lakeside comebacks go, this one's been pretty good.
It's been a really solid match from both players so far. Great opening darts to this set from both ladies.
Highest average we've seen in the women's tournament so far. No surprise to find out it belongs to Beau Greaves, 82.89. Both of them are threatening that.
60. 45.
There has been some stray darts, but not that many. The majority of the game, even if they've only scored 60, they're straight and solid.
60.
Getting down to a finish after 12 darts. Sophie looking to join up.
100.
Well found with that last dart.
156.
Awkward blocking the treble 20 there.
60. Sophie require 141.
Double 12. Oh,
129.
nasty slip. I don't think she was aiming for the treble.
96.
Irina going for the double there, but not working out. So Sophie will be back for 12.
56. Sophie require 12.
Just to break the throw.
Important breaker throw.
Sophie McKinley. Second leg is Sophie to throw first.
One of those games where I'm not really sure who would have come into it as favourite. Obviously, Sophie played so well in beating Lisa, but Irina's got all that experience under her belt.
She has, and we haven't. This is the first time we've seen Irina play this week, and I have to say, this is probably the best I've seen Irina play in a long time. She did tell me she'd been practicing.
60.
Practice, rather evident right now. She's having maybe an Indian summer part of her career is Irina. Her highest recorded average ever that we've got on our database, 85.8. That came in this year's World Masters.
100.
Not quite at that level at the moment, but not far away.
Maybe having that break has done her the world of good, really. Her children are older now, you know, so having younger children doing the circuit is really difficult. But they're adults now, so it's one less pressure to think about.
You were telling me that they recognised you when you went into the practice room, despite not seeing them since they were very, very young.
Yeah, and they're both very, very tall. They definitely get the height from their dad, John. I was made up that they remembered me. Another great finish there from Irina. And another break of throw.
Another faultless visit to the double. It's 4 from 4 now for Irina. We've already had one doubling first during this tournament. Shane McGirt becoming the first player to hit 9 from 9 on the outer ring in a best of 5 sets clash, and that's across both WDF and PDC World Championships, and formerly the BDO.
85.
It takes some doing that, doesn't it? Shane's finishing has been superb this week so far.
100.
And then in his next match against Brandon Weaning of Australia, it became pedestrian, only 50%. You need to up your game, Shane.
Just not good enough, mate.
60.
Nothing in this leg between these two at the moment, so Sophie will be looking for a big score. Another 140 for Irina.
I have noticed at times in this game that there have been a few more anguished facial expressions on Sophie.
Yes, in the game against Lisa, she gave nothing away. Not a flicker in her facial expressions.
There's going to be no doubling perfection from Irina, having missed double 12, but she'll be back.
You require 12.
I think really the sensible thing to do there would have bust that score.
I've got to agree.
But when you're there and in the match, you sometimes don't think rationally. And you genuinely believe that you're going to hit the double when you're aiming at it, so.
That was tight. Especially when your doubling has been as good as Irina's. Well,
she's done the hard bit. At least she knows exactly where she is now. There's nowhere else to go.
That took the one up, one in adage a little bit too far.
100.
That 100's put a little bit of pressure on this, so. She could come in off that barrel.
No score.
Sophie gets a chance.
Sophie requires 74.
She's in. Oh, that's so unlucky.
You require 2.
This is where players can get jittery. That's now 10 darts missed for this leg. Make that 11.
Sophie requires 74.
Different route for 74. Double, double, double 10.
54. You require 2.
I asked Irina what her favourite finish was, and she said she doesn't have one, she'll have a go at anything, and that was her words. I'll have a go at anything.
No score. Sophie require 20.
This would be a proper act of darting pickpocketry.
That might help settle Sophie down a little bit. Be interested to see how Irina kicks off in this next leg. Having missed all those darts at double.
These first 3 darts will be telling. Good opening visit.
Good find with the last one. Good readjustment on that last dart for Sophie there as well. It's hard to find your level back again when you've pulled it so far into the one.
41.
Can't get down to a finish, but you'd say right now Sophie's red-hot favourite to take this second set.
She needs to find that composure again. Big breath.
100.
Focus and just leave it nice.
Picks off the treble to leave 94.
So you require 94. 54.
Rounds that off to leave tops, and she will be back for it with Irina sat on 180. Great timing for a pressure shot.
Become her trademark, those 140 she's getting.
20.
And it's severely pressurised Sophie. Irina was nowhere in this leg. Now she's won it.
Armstrong. Gets Irina to throw first.
So Irina's throwing for the match. Sophie's throwing for the set.
Huge, huge leg. Not just because if Sophie loses, she's out. If Sophie wins, she has the darts in the deciding set.
The joys of set play.
Your favourite.
Absolutely.
58.
Advantage Sophie here at this stage, all depending on what she does.
44.
I was going to say with the last dart, but she wasn't expecting that. You would think Sophie would be looking at starting on the 19s. Looking for a treble.
57.
That was the ultimate aim. Board management, a particular feature with younger players these days. Soon the likes of your Jose de Souza's, your Johnny Clayton's, players who, let's be honest, can't count. They're going to become a dying breed.
I think as well, being a bit older, we tend to be a bit old school and go certain ways. Whereas the youngsters are willing to just give anything a go. We've seen it so many times. You think, oh, 140, and they'll go at the 20s, and then the next time they're going at the 18s. You know, so you just never know.
Treble 19 was the requirement.
56. Irina, you require 100.
Double top for the match. A concessional nod from Sophie. But she's still in this game.
Sophie, you require 52.
Tops for the set.
And there it is.
What a great dart.
Well, the real turning point in this match could be that decision from Irina not to bust. when she was at double three.
Yeah.
Faffed and faffed and faffed.
Yeah, it got stuck on that double one.
One more match still to come after this one. And there's no one more excited about it than you, Lorraine, is there?
I'm very much looking forward to the next match, Dan.
Because you're a massive fan of Gary Stones, aren't you?
Paul Lim, the legend. Sophie's well in control in this leg now. Looking for a ton to leave it nice.
Marina's beginning to spray them round.
She's having a bit of a nightmare in this leg, isn't she?
It might not seem like much, but this is a much longer format than women players are used to, because normally it's first to 4 or 5 legs.
Yeah. You are correct. And again, like I said before, you can be so close and then so far away again.
Double top for Sophie McKinley.
56. Sophie, you require 20. You require 126.
One of those particularly close. Treble 19 is a must, and she gets it. Leaves the bullseye.
96. Sophie, you require 10. Six. Marina, you require 30.
Irina could go 10 double 10 here. I think she'll go straight at it though.
Great timing.
22. Sophie, you require 4. A shot in the first leg. Sophie McKinley.
Nervy leg, but just as valuable.
It's a leg. It doesn't really matter how you get it.
It could be a 9 darter, it could be a 99 darter.
It's all about hitting that double.
One of the aspects of Sophie's throw, there is quite a long backswing, so she does need to time everything perfectly in order to get the weight of dart right.
Yeah.
44.
That's perfect.
83.
And her flight comes right back and almost touches her shoulder. I'd catch that in my hair.
82.
Well-timed 140 yet again.
Similar range checkouts.
Nothing in it, is there?
Single 18. Leaves double top.
75. Sophia Raphael, 130.
Range treble 18.
57.
2, 3 well thrown darts, just not quite reaching the target. It all started so well on the doubles for Irina. Those persistent attempts at double one may just have scuppered her confidence.
Sophie's only going to get one.
16.
Again, a really well thrown dart, just the wrong side of the wire. She needs to use that one.
No score.
She went the wrong side, so Sophie's back for tops.
40.
To go within a leg of the quarterfinals. Gets it, last dart in hand. It's a brilliant finish. Nerves of steel from the 18-year-old.
Sophie to throw first. Game on.
Winner here to play the winner of this afternoon's women's match, Eileen de Graaf, the number 2 seed.
It's not a good start from Irina. And not punished really from Sophie, so.
First one must have slipped.
100.
Started to look a bit nervy now.
It's a match of high quality in the opening set, and a bit has become a bit more of a grind.
The closer we get to the finishing line, the tighter everything becomes.
That's better.
100.
Probably take that into a finish first on her own throw.
Absolutely.
Wanting to give absolutely nothing away.
Sophia Raphael, 123.
I expected Irina to throw in another 140 there.
Well, I understand the logic in going for the bull, but not the timing.
No.
47. Sophie Uruguayan, 85.
Doesn't give herself a chance. Sophie will get one at the bullseye.
60. Marina Uruguayan, 76.
Double 8.
68. Sophie Uruguayan, 25.
She was focused in her mind, going for double 18.
Yeah. Don't hit the treble. Don't hit the treble.
9. Marina Uruguayan, 8.
Double 2 now.
6.
And she's left the devilish double 1.
Yeah, I was just going to say she knows where she's going now if she gets a shot. Double 4 for Sophie. She's done it.
There will be no more shots for Irina Armstrong because Sophie McKinley has beaten yet another experienced campaigner, and once again she showed composure and maturity beyond her 18 years. They call her the trophy for a reason. She is a winner, and she is looking for an historic title this week. She's into the quarterfinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Irina Armstrong. And into tomorrow's quarterfinals, Sophie McKinley. Yet another 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be back with our final match of the evening, Paul against Gary Stone.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th, a triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
We complete the quarter-final lineup here at the 2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship, and returning to the stage is a true darting legend, the only player to hit a 9-dart finish on the Lakeside stage, the reigning two-time Ulaanbaatar Open champion, the Singapore slinger, Paul Lim! His opponent is twice a gold medal winner with Scotland, the former Swedish Classic and Romanian Classic champion, the number 10 seed, Gary Stowe!
It's always a pleasure to watch a legend in action. 70-year-old Paul Lim is looking for a fairy tale World Championship triumph. A man who made his name on this stage, hitting that 9-dart finish in 1990 against Ireland's Jack McKenna. Got his tournament off and running in super style. A straight sets win against Moreno Blom. It was then a more workmanlike battling display to beat his Asian Tour colleague Kai Fan Lung. 3-2, that one finished, and he had to withhold a mid-game barrage of scoring from the Hong Kong thrower. But Paul Lim's experience and his coolness was personified by a last set decider. This will be another stiff test, though, against one of the most talented players in the field, someone well fancied to have a deep run. Gary Stone hasn't really been able to commit too much to the WDF circuit this year. He's tended to prioritise playing in the gold-ranked events. So he got to the final in Denmark, British Classic, Irish Classic. He's tended not to travel too far afield. Normally, Lorraine, I'd introduce you as a Lakeside runner-up, but for this game only, I'm going to introduce you as the head of the Paul Lim fan club.
Paul Lim's #1 fan. This is such a privilege to be sat here watching the legend that Paul Lim is up on that stage. I wasn't going to pass up this opportunity. I might not say a lot because I'm that engrossed in the game.
I was introduced to Paul by the WDF Secretary General Nick Rolls, and I must admit it was a handshake that I'll never forget. And when he found out I was commentating, he said, "Only say nice things," obviously joking, and my response was, "How can I say anything else?"
Absolutely.
But one thing that we mustn't ever fall into, one trap that we mustn't fall into, is thinking that Paul Lim is a novelty act. He is here because he is still a quality darts player. He's had ton-plus averages on the Asian Tour as recently as October. He's got his steady style. It might not be one that engrosses many opponents. Gary, a much more rhythmic player, but this is how he throws, and Gary Stone's simply got to deal with it.
Yeah, he always has, and he probably always will. You know, it's not going to change for anybody. Gary is a much quicker thrower, and again, it will be interesting to see how the pace of the game affects Gary's game.
And it will be interesting to see if Gary gets frustrated or flustered at any point with Paul's action.
133.
Halves his score. Goes to a finish against the darts.
56.
I'm sure you're reading my mind. I won't say anything. I'll just watch.
As long as there's no cheering.
I'm impartial.
Ish.
Ish.
Gary Unicorn, 146.
Well, there are two players in this game, and Gary Stone is wanting to set an early marker, double 13 now.
120.
He's a fantastic player, Gary Stone, and a really genuinely nice guy. Well, Gary will be back for the 26 with Paul's second dart there, hitting 15, so...
Gary Unicorn, 26.
Double 13. Gary split, but he can go for double 10.
Let's give him shoulder the first leg.
And there it's landed.
Second let's Paul go first.
He was fancied for a deep run in last year's tournament, the Scotsman, but was eventually beaten at this stage by champion Andy Bartons.
45.
It always softens the blow when you go out to the winner.
Yeah, I can imagine it must be hugely frustrating when someone knocks you out. You see them in the next round and then they massively underperform compared to how they beat you.
Yeah. It is really frustrating when that happens, but then, you know, you have to flip it and think, well, you know, you perhaps had a really, really good game against me because you knew you had to. So, you know, there are positives and negatives to it, but try and look for the positives.
Still got such a smooth and effortless action. Not much has changed over the years. You see yourself playing darts on the stage at 70?
Well, that's such a long time away, Dan. I'm just going to get that in there. We'll see. We'll watch this space.
Required 56. That's been shown in the center.
Well, there's not much you can do when your opponent's throwing 11 darters.
Going to throw first. Game on.
Class leg, that.
Paul momentarily forgetting that it was a break of throw.
42.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could go first every leg, wouldn't it?
59.
Maybe they should introduce a rule that says you can if your name's Paul Lim.
57.
A rule that would be swiftly vetoed by Gary Stone.
I think you could be correct there.
There is a train of thought that Gary Stone has underachieved in his career for how much talent he's got. Only won a couple of titles in the WDF system, the Swedish Classic in 2019, the Romanian Classic last year. Obviously had success in the Europe Cup and World Cup as well, but teams events.
$121. Ball Unicorn with 170.
Stone opting to stay on the treble 20 then. It drifted into the one anyway, but the percentage play would have been the 18s. Did he think Paul Lim can't take out 170? If he did, then sadly he was right.
$57.
Well, the 90 is more reachable, so here comes Paul to have a crack at the 90.
Oh, that's a stylish way to get back in the game.
That's the experience of all the soft tip darts there.
Extra carrot dangled for both these players because the winner of this faces Jarno Bottenberg. Now, I think if you were to ask both of them honestly, they'd be expecting to play Jimmy Van Schie. Now, Jarno's a quality player, but I wonder if that result may have lifted these two.
84.
Yeah, but how good was he? You know, so I actually don't think you'd want to be playing either of them, would you really? Yes, great dance.
If Paul does win, then it means half of the quarter-finalists are made up of unseeded players.
Well, that just goes to show the strength and the depth of the players that have qualified to be stood up on that stage, doesn't it?
Two of them would face off. Neil Duff against Jason Brandon.
41.
And in the top half, you've got Belgium's Francois Schweyen against Thomas Younghans of Switzerland. And then it's Ireland v Australia. Shane McGurk against Peter Machin. And following Van Schie's exit, I personally would make McGirt favourite.
Yeah, I think Shane's been a bit of a dark horse this week, to be honest.
Gary's flight just went walkabout. Marco bending over and having to rebutton his suit. I think we've all put a few extra pounds on this week.
Speak for yourself. I only arrived last night. I'm not saying I won't have done by Monday morning, but...
I will be departing Lakeside a bigger man for the second year in a row.
26. Ball unicorn number 35.
$78 left. Treble 18. Double 12.
111.
Well, he will come back for the 24.
43.
And if he takes it, that will level the game.
Arena Armstrong.
Good
That's maybe
choice.
what you should have done.
Good choice.
That's experience.
60.
That's
Ball unicorn
silly.
24.
Well, he's surely got to do the same.
Do it again. He's thinking about it.
He's going for it.
No,
he's not.
I think he was just teasing us all there.
That was a rather cheeky smile on his face.
129.
Gary's not messing about here, so you sort of think this has got to go this time, Paul.
Third time lucky. Oh,
There it is.
First. 83.
Frustrated with that score after a great first start.
Something that Gary's got to contend with is not just Paul, but the fact that there probably are more Paul Lim backers in the crowd. Now, just before the players walked on, obviously you get a rush of people going to greet the players on the walk-on. I've not seen as many go to one player as Paul Lim in the whole tournament.
No.
There were a few dozen of them.
Did you say your dad had gone up there?
He did.
For everyone that's listening, it is actually Dan's birthday today, so happy birthday, Dan.
Thank you very much.
If nobody else has said it, I will.
No one said it on air, so
There you go.
you get brownie points, Lorraine.
Excellent.
I'm 30 today, and by that I mean stone.
By Monday, you'll be 31.
Speaking of stone, Gary's on the ropes. It was a very streaky performance against Dennis Nilsson. He started quickly, then couldn't really hit anything, then rediscovered his form. And that's kind of been the story of his career. It's the lack of consistency.
Yeah.
A Gary Stone A game wins this tournament.
Yeah, but it's what happens in the middle, isn't it?
133.
.175 left, so we'll probably stay down there. He's 156, which in that region is one of the more manageable checkouts.
43.
Yeah, again, Gary will be disappointed with not leaving that handier than he should have done, really.
Good look at the bullseye.
60.
Moves the two darter.
Very required 133. 25.
I love the imaginary dart that Paul throws in the back. You see that a lot from the Asian players. It's a magic fourth dart.
Both he and Kai Fan Lung were at it in their match. Opening set belongs to the Singapore slinger. He was 2-0 down. Gary Stone was looking comfortable.
Second set, first leg. It's Paul the throw first.
Won't be feeling it now.
Be interesting to see how Gary reacts to that. You know, you can either feel a bit deflated because you've gone down, or it G's you up.
82.
Could you imagine if the second 9 darter ever hit on this stage was by Paul Lim?
97.
I don't even want to start imagining that. I don't think there would be a roof left on the building, to be honest, if that happened.
It'd be single-handedly taken off by you, I'm guessing.
I'd be very pleased for him, put it that way.
This is a tough checkout. Single 19 means he can set it up. Making sure it's nice and safe. Could be closer to the double.
99.
Great pressure shot there from Gary.
Paul's not giving him anything. Unfortunate deflection, but since Gary Stone won that second leg, hasn't had a dart at double. It's been entirely comfortable for the wonderfully nicknamed Singapore Slinger.
darts there from Gary. That must give him a little bit of a buzz inside, you know, knowing that it's put him well in control of this leg.
Is there pressure from Paul?
125.
Well, Gary Stone hit an 11 darter in the second leg. He then has absolutely nothing for 4 legs, and then hits an 11 darter.
Gary Stone. Third legs, Paul to throw first.
That's a real microcosm of Gary's game. It can be spellbindingly brilliant and then very suspect from one leg to another.
Again, he's telling himself off there for the loose darts. He will have been looking to punish the poor score from Paul better than he did.
Gary's got his range back.
Paul will be first to the finish. So Gary will be looking for a really good setup shot here to leave this nice and handy. 180 would be an absolute beaut.
100. Paul, you require 132.
Not as much of a beaut as Bull double at 16. Treble 19.
Looking for the 57. Finds it.
I thought he was nailing it.
I genuinely believed that was going to go smack bang in the middle.
60. Paul, you require 25.
Make sure of the big number.
Moved across slightly.
Gary, you require 52.
Does prefer double top.
It's
quality from Gary Stone.
Forward leg, it's Gary the throw first. Game on.
Frustrating start. When you look at Gary stood behind Paul, he's like itching, isn't he, to get up on the hockey. the stage looks big when you're looking at it on your screen, but when you're actually stood on the stage, there's not a lot of room. So if the stage was bigger and you're playing somebody that is a bit slower, if you stood a bit further back, you can wait for them to move and then approach the hockey at your normal pace and be able to go. But because you're nearly on the hockey when you're stood behind your player on this stage, so that can throw you out a little bit, because you don't want to be walking backwards and forwards to the water table all the time, because that's not how you would do it, if you know what I mean, because you would normally be standing behind your opponent.
171.
Supreme quality from Paul Lim.
38.
As you can see from that, there's very little room outside the exclusion zone. You take an accidental step back, you're on the floor.
Yeah, because you literally are on the edge.
43.
That could have been better.
Ball unit 153.
Pressure's now on Paul Lim. .96 remaining. Treble 20.
Now he's looking at this to take the set.
Still be done.
Still on.
Ball unit 52.
Open the door now for Gary.
95.
Double-double.
76.
Nearly all the 19s for Gary.
Ball unit 16.
This to take the second set to a decider. Beautifully struck from Paul Lim.
Fifth line, it's ball through first.
It's the first leg where Gary's had a dart at double and he's not won it. He's not creating enough chances.
He's giving himself a bit of a talking to there.
122.
Paul is to grumble about one aspect of his game. It is the doubling. Has been a bit ropey. He's only hit 1 in 4.
Yeah.
112.
It's a better visit there from Gary.
Not let the break of throw get to his head.
57.
Paul was looking for more there to leave it handier than he has.
Paul Unicorn with 144.
For a 2-0 lead in this immersive game.
Over to Gary to take the set.
The set that he badly needed. 2-0 would have been so difficult to come back from, but Gary Stone has levelled this up. He is playing nowhere near his best, but he's managed to peg Paul Lim back.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th, a triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Welcome back to Lakeside, where Paul Lim and Gary Stone are embroiled in a real contest. Lim taking the first set, but Paul has managed, Gary I should say, has managed to strike back. A dart at double top, saw him get over the line. Paul's doubling has deserted him a little bit on occasion. He'll feel that he could and maybe should be 2 sets to the good up. But Gary can now wipe the slate clean and prove why he was well fancied prior to the tournament. Lorraine Winstanley, the former Lakeside runner-up in the ladies' competition, and Paul Lim superfan. What have you made of the first 2 sets?
To be fair, I actually think the pace of the game is really getting to Gary. Gary hasn't shown really what a player he is. I just think he's struggling with the pace. He's telling himself off a lot. You can see in his body language, shaking his head. So I think the break has come at just the right time for Gary, and I think he's going to come out all guns blazing just as Paul hits a 180.
And I think Paul should give us a 9-darter.
To be fair, every time Paul Lim opens a leg with a 180, he must be sick to death of people saying, come on, Paul, give us a 9. You know, because you can just pluck them out of your pocket like that, can't you? It must be wearing very thin for him now.
I'm sure he'd change his mind if he was to hit a 9-darter. Gary's on for a third 11-darter of the match. It's these high standards we know he can produce. Should go up to the 20s. 187 left. Even the most experienced can sometimes flag.
I was just going to say that, all the experience. It's the heat of the moment of the game. You just have a bit of a mental block. See, it happens to even the legends.
Wrong side of the wire.
Yeah,
15 found.
Comfortable hold and throw there for Gary.
Second leg is Paul the throw first.
It's incredible to think that Gary Stone could join some very esteemed company in players who've beaten Paul on this stage. The likes of John Park, John Lowe, Bob Anderson, Alan Warrener, Cliff Lazarenko. It's quite a list.
It's actually a bit of a win-win situation, isn't it, really? Because if you beat him, then you've beaten Paul Lim, and if you've lost to him, you've lost to Paul Lim.
Still representing Hong Kong across both codes. He landed a massive 1-5-1 checkout against Belgium in the PDC World Cup, along with his namesake partner Harith Lim.
Yep, they're not related. I did check. I met Harith when I went to Hong Kong to play soft skip. And I asked him, so, are you related to Paul? He's like, no.
And then you said, oh, you must be gutted at that.
You got the same name. You'd just say, "Oh yeah, we're distant cousins" or something, wouldn't you?
Probably say he's my dad.
40.
Darting godfather here at Lakeside this week.
81.
Gary's looking for a break of throw here. Not going to happen this time. So Paul is coming back, looking at the 143.
Went 57 first. Would have gone back up for treble 18, but the shot's no longer on.
$54. Gary requires 60. And that's going to show another second. Gary still. Third line gets Gary to throw first. Game on.
I think Paul thought it was his darts again then.
Maybe you heard the rule I invented and thought it had been applied.
Good point, yeah.
Is the sheer effort of playing on this stage beginning to show?
57.
Interesting ploy that he's starting legs on the 19s.
140.
I think Gary Stone could feed off that. Paul's deciding to go for a plan B route.
Yeah.
That's only because he's maybe overthinking, believing that treble 20's not working.
Getting a bit tired.
37. 33.
You know your opponent's struggling when they make a switch like that as well. So again, that gives you that little bit of something to feed off.
58.
Staying on 19 then would have made more sense. It would have left 350, which you can go out in 6.
61.
Another player we've seen in this tournament always starts legs on treble 19. That's Paula Murphy of the USA. We're going with Paula Lim now.
You can't just morph them into one. What a set-up shot there from Paul. Great dart under the pressure there from
First line, it's Paul the throw first. Keep on.
Paul hoping the 180 would put Stone off and maybe be a set-saving shot. Hasn't proved to be. And the limb levels are beginning to wane ever so slightly. that's been coupled with Gary's level going up.
43.
Been much better at the back end of legs generally.
42.
I feel for Gary because he's just not managed to string good legs together in a run. He's having some fantastic legs, but just not one after the other.
121.
What Gary will be craving right now is just a consistent string of ton visits. It's been feast or famine.
Yeah.
180s coupled with visits of 41 and 33.
Yeah, you'd just rather hit steady tons all the way down. Again, it goes back to the point. It's all about keeping them straight.
Paul first to a finish. Gary will expect to be on a better one.
60. Ball Unicorn 142.
Not to be the case.
He will leave it handy though.
90. Gary Unicorn 157. 93.
Good find with the last start there.
52.
It's been a while since we've seen Paul have a crack at a double. Not since before the break. No period of readjustment needed.
So let's go with the throw first. 96.
You'd have fitted those in a polo, wouldn't you? They were so well placed.
43.
Half a dozen 180s. You know what we were thinking. Take a bow, Paul Lim, on for an 11-darter of his own.
42.
Well, there's no panic because he will be back.
Ball Unicorn 60.
An important break and throw as well.
Third leg is pulled through first.
One more leg for Lim. And we are extending this final match late into the night.
Gary must be thinking, why me?
He's not really been blessed with great luck in World Championships. Last year he lost to Andy Bartons. The one prior to that he lost to Jim Williams, who reached the final at the Indigo. Lost to Martin Adams in his debut.
Well, all great players, so as awful as it is, you can't really moan too much when you reel off a list of players like that. Like you say, everybody needs a bit of luck, and Gary's still waiting for his.
Always seems to be in the line of fire. Even the legendary Paul Lim can't take out 162.
He's good, but not that good.
He probably could on one of those quadro boards.
126. Unicorn 36.
We're looking at double 18 here for a 13 darter. Oh, he's got choices here. He could go for it, split it.
27.
Don't know if that was the right decision. What do you think, Dan?
Probably not. Maybe being tempted to look at single 2 because he's been hitting double 8 for fun tonight.
Unicorn 9.
There's no reason for him to panic.
And that's been shown in the fourth set. Portland.
Panic is not in the MO of Paul Lim.
First leg, it's going to throw first.
I was going to say, Paul doesn't give me the impression that he would panic about anything. He just seems so chilled all the time.
61.
Gary's got to try and regroup here, regain his focus.
Last two sets have been mirror images. Gary won the third 3-0. Paul didn't have a dart at double. Paul won the fourth 3-0. Gary didn't have a dart at double.
41.
That's much better. 171 for your tally.
Not quite as many as Eileen de Graaf. I think he's only one away, though.
96.
Gary will be frustrated there because he's left himself on the 163.
There's been a few occasions when he's done that, left the bogey number.
120. Ball unicorn 52. And that's been shown in the first line. Poland. Second line, it's Poland through first. Game on.
If you're wondering why we're not saying anything, we're just completely engrossed.
This is mesmerising. I'm trying to imagine what's going through Gary's head.
140.
A large collection of expletives.
57.
His body language is saying an awful lot. You know, he's coming back from the board with his head hung low.
43.
I'm not sure what troubled Gary then.
I think at this point anything will be troubling him, because that's the problem. When you're playing well, literally any noise can go off, anything can happen, and when you're in that zone and playing well, you don't hear it. When you're not playing well, you can hear somebody open a bag of crisps stood at the bar. You know, so he's got to somehow try and shut his mind off and just focus. Otherwise, Paul's just going to run away with it.
Needs to be 2 trebles minimum, you'd say.
Even the slow walk there to the table, it's a very telling sign.
Ball unicorn 90.
Double 18.
$72. Gary unicorn 160.
This would give Gary a boost if he took this out.
Paul Unicorn 80.
Is he going straight for it?
I think he has to.
Great call. And would you believe it, Paul Lim is one leg of darts away from a Lakeside quarter-final.
58.
Penny for the thoughts of Jarno Bottenberg.
I think Jarno would prefer to play Gary because of the pace.
60.
Have to agree with that. If his wish is granted, Gary's got to win 3 in a row. And at least he's got to do it in the hold, break, hold pattern rather than the other way around.
Yes. It's a good start to the campaign there.
No finish left.
I know, and he didn't want to hit the 20 with his last dart anyway, because that would have left him on a bogey number.
Paul will look at the ball.
42.
I promise you he looked, he just didn't hit it. Still finding it in him to grin and smile, despite all the pressure.
Gary's not smiling. That's what he was wanting. That's a bit of a blocker, isn't it? And he needs that treble 20.
He's got the option of treble 16 for Bull if it is such a blocker. He's got the face of a man who knows it's not his night.
60.
Double top. The incredible Paul Lim has rolled back the years. Is there anything that this 70-year-old phenomenon cannot achieve at Lakeside this week? Quite rightly, he takes a bow. Gary Stone played his part in a classic, but it is Paul Lim who'll face Jarno Bottenberg in the quarterfinals.
And into his first World Championship quarterfinal for 34 years, Paul Lim!
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th Annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th, a triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.